All right, thanks for joining us here on the 10 TV stream. I'm meteorologist Justin Gertz and wanted to give you a severe weather update as we do have some strong to severe thunderstorms moving through portions of the area. Right now we do have a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 in our area that does include areas east of the New Philadelphia area. We're going to extend this back toward the south and west. Coshocton, Guernsey, Muskingum County goes until 11 a.m. and then a little bit of Licking County. This is southeastern Licking County officially until 10:30, but the strongest part of that storm is moving out of the area. Then we also have for portions of Perry County, northern Perry County, this goes until 10:30 as well. This particular storm is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and perhaps some quarter-sized hail as it rolls off toward the east at about 30 miles per hour. Let's back off the view here a little bit and put a storm track on this here for you as we do see this thunderstorm again moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Let's see here. So let's go ahead and take off those automated warnings, and what we're going to do is actually make it so those lightning bolts aren't quite so big so we can actually see what's going on here. And put this storm track on. Again, 30 miles an hour off toward the east, and this is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll drag the line out here, and that would put it into the Coshocton area about 10:11 this morning, and it's 10:09 right now, so just about into the Coshocton area. Pleasant Grove showing up at 10:17, South Zanesville at 10:18, West Lafayette at 10:22, Crooksville at 10:28, New Concord at 10:35, and Newcomerstown at 10:36. So this is again this cluster of thunderstorms rolling off toward the east at about 30 miles per hour. Have not had any strong wind reports out of it at this point. However, some thunderstorms up toward the Cleveland area have had some strong wind gust reports, so the atmosphere is pretty well primed to get some strong winds out of this. Again, this is rolling off toward the east at about 30 miles per hour. This is a timing of the leading edge, by the way. The strongest part of the storm is back off to the west just a little bit as this again rolls off toward the east at about 30 miles per hour. Now, there are a few clusters of thunderstorms to talk about. Let me clear this view here and we can see exactly where some of the others are as we look across the state. So we'll zoom out here. Again, this is the main severe thunderstorm area right now as we see extending basically from, well, you know what? Let's just come on here and you can see here. Here's Cleveland right up here, and we see these thunderstorms southeast of there. Just south of, let's say, the Youngstown area. This is extending back across eastern Ohio. And this area does have a severe thunderstorm watch also in effect. So that goes until officially 3 o'clock this afternoon. However, I would anticipate it's going to get trimmed back before then just because this particular cluster of thunderstorms is going to be pushing off toward the east. However, we do have another batch of thunderstorms off to our north and west. That doesn't have any warnings on it at this point. However, it is moving into an area that, as we've seen, is reasonable to get some thunderstorm activity as far as maybe strengthening some over the next couple of hours. So we'll put a loop on this over the past hour. And the other thing I'm going to do is make it so it's not the basically combined view of various radars. We're going to make it so just the closest one shows up here, and that should give us a little bit of a closer view, or rather a cleaner view of what to expect here. So let me take off that, and that's not the final view we're looking for. So let's take off those radars and we'll be able to see from the main Wilmington radar what this is looking like. Again, this is not severe at this point, this one that's north of Bell Fountain, but it is rolling off toward the south and east and doesn't show any signs of slowing down really. So I would anticipate this batch of thunderstorms will be getting into the Columbus area here. Let's see, we're about 10:15 right now. I would give this probably at least another hour before this main chunk gets into our area, probably closer to the noon hour, based on this 30-mile-an-hour, 40-mile-an-hour speed that we're seeing with some of these thunderstorms. But again, this is going to be producing at the very least quite a bit of lightning, some locally heavy rain, and some gusty winds. Even if it's not severe, it is going to be pretty noticeable as it moves into the area as we go throughout the next couple of hours. Again, though, we are seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings back off toward our east, as we do see this line of thunderstorms capable of producing perhaps 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe up to quarter-sized hail. Licking County, you're officially out of the warning as that has been canceled for you as the strongest part of the storm has now moved east of your area. Otherwise, for Coshocton, Guernsey, Muskingum, Noble counties, you are still under that severe thunderstorm warning as that storm does produce, again, perhaps up to 60-mile-per-hour winds as it moves on through. So what we'll do is we'll pause this, and I'll put on the various warnings that we do have in place right now. So again, we do have until, let's see here, officially for Perry County, this runs until 10:30. That includes the northern part of the county, and then portions of Coshocton, Guernsey, Muskingum, and Tuscarawas County until 11 a.m. And there you do see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main thing we're watching for. Could be up to quarter-sized hail, but thankfully we haven't seen any reports of that at this point yet. But in some of those stronger cores, we could see some hail develop. In fact, if we were to have any hail, I would say it would be most likely to be where we see some of those areas of pink and purple. So I'm highlighting here, if we were to have hail, it would be probably southwest of Coshocton and then southwest of Zanesville, as we have some of those pink cores, the strongest part of the storm. Basically what's happening is you've got this air rising up very quickly. It can punch into some colder part of the atmosphere and cause those raindrops to freeze. And if it does that enough times, you can get some of that hail to form. But again, mainly gusty winds are the main thing we're looking for. Up to 60 miles per hour, certainly a possibility, but even 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts can be enough to knock down some weaker tree limbs as it comes on through, and certainly will get your attention. We've also had a lot of lightning with these thunderstorms. We'll put the lightning tracker back on this so you can see exactly what that's looking like over the past little while. So let me clear off this view here so you can see what our lightning situation is here. And let's see here. Lightning. All right, so you're going to see just lightning, not the normal radar view, but this is just lightning over the last 30 minutes. You can see plenty of those around the area. Mainly, let me make these a little bit smaller just so they're a bit easier to pick out what exactly is going on here. But there you do see a lot of that lightning over the past little bit here. We'll do a loop over the past hour. And you can see here, actually, let's do the last 30 minutes, just so you can track it along a little more easily. So tons of lightning with this. In fact, over the past half hour, we're seeing many hundreds of lightning strikes. So even if you don't have super strong winds, you're going to have a ton of lightning with this and some downpours. There's a ton of moisture in the air, so I would certainly expect there to be some locally heavy rain with this. And that's one of the things we are going to be watching with these storms over the next couple of days, is just heavy rain to begin with, but if you get repeated rounds of rain over and over again, I wouldn't be surprised if we do have some localized flash flooding by the time we get toward later on tomorrow and perhaps Wednesday, depending on how those various lines of thunderstorms end up tracking. Again, tons of lightning with that severe warning storm that's out toward the Coshocton area, just west of town. You see a lot of the lightning extends back toward Harbor Hills, heading into the Zanesville area here. Again, hundreds of lightning strikes just over the past 30 minutes, so there is a lot of that going on. Let me back off toward the north and west toward those other thunderstorms that, again, they're not warned. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings on this stuff that's northwest of Columbus, but here too, you see a ton of lightning with this. North of Bell Fountain. This is just outside of our area, by the way, but wanted to give you a heads up that yes, there are some storms coming into the central Ohio area over the next couple of hours as that line of thunderstorms dives off toward the south and east. Again, no warnings on that, thankfully, at this point, but we will keep an eye on that for you over the next little while as that does come on through. Let's come back to the radar view here so we can see exactly what is going on with the normal view that you're used to seeing around the area. As we do see, again, some of those areas of heavy rain, plenty of lightning, and some gusty winds as this line of storms does come on through. Let me check in with the Weather Service here again just to see if we have any new updates to share. Nothing new since I last checked, so that is some good news. No new warnings or anything like that. But again, here's the Columbus area right here. We're between activity for the time being, but we'll put a loop on this over the past hour so you can see kind of what we're looking at here. As we've had one line of thunderstorms that developed right actually near the Dublin area that ended up developing into a larger cluster of thunderstorms that popped up a couple of hours ago in northwest Columbus and has been racing off toward the east. This is an initial line of thunderstorms, and again, we have those severe thunderstorm warnings for some of our eastern towns from Coshocton down toward Zanesville, including northern Perry County, although that part of the storm is going to be moving out of the county here before too long. This is for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, Could have some hail, perhaps up to quarter size, but likely to be smaller than that if we do have hail from these particular thunderstorms. Again, those orange boxes indicate those severe thunderstorm warnings. Back off toward the north and west, from Marion to the north of Bellefontaine, we see this line of thunderstorms diving off toward the south and east. And thankfully, right now, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings on it. However, I wouldn't be shocked if at some point they do pulse up strong enough to warrant that. But for the time being, they are producing some locally heavy rain. There you see those pinks and reds. That's where we have those heavy downpours, plenty of lightning, and probably still some wind gusts, perhaps 30 to 40 miles an hour would not be surprising. And that is enough to, again, knock over trash bins, maybe cause some of those weaker limbs to break, but not enough to cause significant issues, at least for the time being. However, the atmosphere is getting pretty well primed. We had some sunshine earlier on, and that has allowed some unstable air to develop. So that is what we're watching for the time being. Again, though, we do have this cluster of thunderstorms around the area, and I'll stay with you on here for just a couple more minutes before we move back to just a radar rotator so you can see what's going on, even after I leave. But again, we have these severe thunderstorm warnings for some of our eastern towns. Again, northern Perry County. The strongest part of the storm is now heading past the Somerset area. Zanesville, we're seeing some of this thunderstorm activity, and then back up toward the Coshocton area. Any of this, especially in the red, could produce some wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. And again, perhaps some hail could be out there as well, especially where we see some of those pinks showing up. Thankfully, though, it is not terribly widespread. And now we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, so let's take a look and see what exactly that one is. Let's see here. So that would be for, let's see, it looks like it might be for some of those northern storms, actually, as a matter of fact. So yes, that area of thunderstorm activity that was north of Columbus now does have a severe thunderstorm warning. Includes Champaign, Hardin, Logan, and Union counties. This also is for wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour and perhaps small hail under 3/4 of an inch. So we're talking maybe penny-sized, if even that, as this storm pushes off toward the south and east. So again, to give you a sense of where things are, here's Delaware here's Marysville. This is back to the north and west. Here's Bellefontaine as we see this line of thunderstorms, and the leading edge of it now north of Bellefontaine, heading off toward the south and east. So let's take a look here and see what the speed on this is, and we can put a storm track on here for you. Let's see, just checking out our printout here so we can see again what we're looking at here. So moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. That's good to know. What I will end up doing is put a storm track on here for you. And we'll also time it out to the Columbus area since we do have an official speed on that at this point. So let's come to this and put a storm track on here as well. This is again moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. So let's do the leading edge here. And that would put it in Taylor Creek at about 10:21, Rush Creek at 10:27, Van at 10:29. Here you see Bellefontaine about 10:34, Valley High 10:43, Summersville coming in at 10:51, and around the Marysville area, there you see toward the end of that storm track, probably a little after 11 a.m. based on the current speed. So going to be watching for, again, gusty winds, plenty of lightning and heavy rain as this moves off toward the south and east. As I mentioned, I'm going to put some time on here for the Columbus area just to get a good sense of when we can expect that as well. So let's put a loop on this over the past 30 minutes before I do that, just to get a certain path on here. All right, so it looks like it's going to be moving, let's see here, southeast at 35 miles per hour. So that would put it, let's see, that puts it into the outer belt area, honestly, a little over an hour from now. So probably around, let's say 11:30, getting into the northern parts of the Columbus Metro. Again, 35 miles per hour. It's about 40 miles away, so a little over an hour from now. That would put us, again, close to about 11:30 for this section of the storm to be getting into the northern part of the Columbus Metro. That said, there is this area to the north and east of that that's going to be grazing some parts of the northern Metro as well. In fact, Delaware, you've been getting a little bit of that right now. You'll be getting it sooner as this area moves on in here. So, going to be watching this over the next little while as these areas of thunderstorms do move off toward the south and east, generally around 35 miles per hour. Have not had any wind reports at this point. However, we will keep an eye on it and pass along any information regarding that as these all move through the area. Again, just want to reset things here so you can see exactly what's going on. First of all, we have those thunderstorms northwest of Columbus that should arrive in parts of the area in about an hour or so. Of course, sooner the farther north and west you are. Then we see these warnings out in our eastern towns around Zanesville and Coshocton. These are moving east at about 30 miles per hour and may produce wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour as well. All right, we're going to leave you for the time being. However, I'm going to put up the radar rotation so you can see exactly what's going on even after I leave you. And if there's any new information to share, I will come back on and let you know. In the meantime, stay safe. Make sure you have that 10 TV app on your phone so you can get the latest weather information, and make sure you turn on those push notifications so that if your area goes under a severe thunderstorm warning, you can be notified of it right away. All right, thanks for joining us here on the 10 TV stream. I'm meteorologist Justin Gertz and wanted to let you know that there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include portions of the Columbus metro. This runs until 11:15 this morning. For this thunderstorm that's near the Delaware area, includes portions of Delaware, Franklin, and Licking counties. You'll notice it's the northeastern corner of Franklin County, eastern Delaware, and the western part of Licking County. Again, this is until 11:15. Main threat we're watching for is wind gusts, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour, as this storm rolls off toward the southeast at 45 miles per hour. So what I'll do is put a storm track on here. We'll put a loop on this as well, just to get a good sense of the heading on this. All right, so pretty much due southeast. And the other thing I will do is actually make it so it's our nearest radar site, so we can get a nice clean view of how this is looking. So we're going to turn off the airport radar for the time being, but we're going to come back to that actually, because that's part of the reason this warning was issued, as a matter of fact, was because the airport radar was seeing some pretty strong winds not too far off the ground, and those will have not a lot of trouble reaching the ground as the storm moves off again toward the south and east at 45 miles per hour. So let's see, 45 minutes, so we will pause this here while I get a storm track on here for you. The strongest part of the storm right now is near the Sunbury area, and again moving southeast at about 45 miles per hour. So that would put it in New Albany right around 11 o'clock, so in about 10 minutes time. Jersey Township at 11:05, Beechwood Trails at 11:10, looking at Pataskala around 11:12, Newark at 11:18, Buckeye Lake at 11:24, Fairfield Beach also in that same area around 11:25. So again, storm is moving southeast at about 45 miles per hour and is capable of producing some wind gusts up as high as about 60 miles per hour. Again, the airport radar was seeing some pretty strong winds not too far off the ground. No reports from any spotters yet from our ham radio partners. I'm seeing that with our chat with the Weather Service. So at least some good news in that regard, is there's no ground reports of anything just yet, but there is certainly radar evidence that we could be seeing some pretty strong winds as this storm moves off toward the south and east. So again, what we'll do is put on the velocity view, something we don't often show you, but it is going to be helpful for us in this instance, because it'll give us a good sense of what the winds are like not too far off the ground. So we're going to pull this up right here, and this is going to be the airport radar. There we go. And there we see near the Sunbury area. So to give you some perspective here, airport radar is down way at the bottom east of Gahanna, and this is greens going toward the radar. So when we see this, we're seeing basically winds coming this direction, and you see this big bright green spot here. That's some of those stronger winds that are coming off toward the south and east, kind of pushing forward. You see kind of a little arc shape here indicating that it's probably bulging out a little bit, and that is where we'd probably see the strongest wind gusts as this pushes on by. In fact, what we'll do here is we'll put this in motion so we can get a good sense of exactly how that particular line of wind is moving south and east. So what we're going to do is do over the past 30 minutes or so, and we're going to slow that down just so we can get a better sense of its motion here. Okay, so and sometimes that data will go out a little bit, but we can still see what's happening here. So you can see this southeastward motion here, probably, let's see, in the Sunbury and Galena areas right now, punching off toward the south and east. And that's really the area that we're going to be watching here as we go throughout the next little while. So let's see here. Let's put a stop the time here so we can see exactly what we're looking at here. So just past the Galena area is where we have the strongest winds again coming to the south and east, and these are going to be moving southeast eventually towards 62. So if you're in the Johnstown area, be ready for some gusty winds as this comes on through. Again, could be up to about 60 miles per hour, and this is going to be a situation where the radar is estimating winds, let's see here, just about 50 miles per hour, getting one close to 60 there. And at that distance, the radar beam isn't very high off the ground, as a matter of fact. I would say, let's see, it's about 500 feet off the ground, if even. So this is pretty close to the ground that we're seeing these numbers. Yeah, we're talking, about 300 feet. So 400 feet off the ground. We're seeing winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour, sometimes coming in a little bit higher than that even. Wouldn't take very much for that to get to the ground and actually produce winds that are that speed. And that's why that severe thunderstorm warning is in place for those areas. So what I'm going to do is back off the view a little bit again to kind of give you a reset to see where things are happening right now. And again, this portion of the storm is not going to be hitting Columbus proper. It's really in the northeastern part of the metro here as we go throughout the next little while. So let's back off the view here. Actually, that's not the one we wanted. Let's do this one here. You can see that pretty strong thunderstorm coming in here. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning officially runs until 11:15 this morning. What we're going to do is back this off here. And includes far northeastern Franklin County. So to give you a perspective here, here's the outer belt right there. This is northeastern Franklin County. So city of Columbus right here. Here's Westerville, far northeastern Franklin, southeastern parts of Delaware County, and that's where the strongest part of the storm is right now, and then moving into western portions of Licking County. And it's already in northwestern Licking County, north of Johnstown, heading to the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. Again, looking at wind gusts perhaps as high as 60 miles per hour as this comes through. Hail, not a big concern. Could be some small hail in the core of it, but not really anticipating much from that. Another factor, there's going to be some torrential rain for a short time as this comes on through. We have just a ton of moisture in the air, and it's going to have no problem dumping some pretty high amounts in a fairly short amount of time. So do watch out for some brief ponding of water on roads and things like that over the next little while as this storm rolls on through. Again, the strongest part of this storm is going to be staying northeast of Columbus proper, but those of you in the northeastern suburbs and just outside of Columbus metro, do keep in mind that this is going to be coming on through with plenty of lightning as well and those gusty winds. Let's do our lightning tracker as well, just so you can see what that's looking like, as I'm sure there will be plenty of that showing up too. Yeah, a lot of lightning bolts. We'll be seeing, think about last night, those energetic storms that we had. It'll be a similar situation to that, where we had a lot of lightning, a lot of issues related to that. And again, here's a loop over the past 30 minutes of this lightning. Actually, let me back out the view because you can see what just this cluster of storms in general is doing as far as lightning. Lightning count pushing close to 1,000 showing up at times. Every one of these, yeah, a lot of lightning for sure. So even in cases where we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning, as we talk about fairly frequently, lightning is still dangerous. If you hear thunder, that's a sign that there's lightning around. So if you do have anything going on outside or you're planning to do anything outside, get back into a sturdy building and wait for that storm to pass. You want to wait until after you've heard the last thunder and then give it another 30 minutes after that, just to make sure it's moved away far enough that lightning striking from a distance is not going to be a concern. You can get lightning strikes from 15 plus miles away in some situations, so that's why we want to have that buffer in there to give you that time to get that storm far enough away. All right, we'll see what this new severe thunderstorm warning is in the area. Let's see, that looks like it's going to be, let's see, okay, so this is out in eastern parts of our area with that initial line of thunderstorms. This includes Belmont, Jefferson, Marshall, and this is actually extending into Pennsylvania as well. So this is that line of storms that developed, actually a small cluster that developed in around the Dublin area and kind of congealed into a bigger cluster and started moving off toward the east. So let's talk about this particular area as well. Thankfully, this is going to be moving out of our coverage area here pretty soon, but I do want to at least highlight that there are still some storms in that direction. So let's see here. Going to show you what this one looks like as well, and we'll put a loop on this over the past 30 minutes or so. You can see exiting the Cambridge area at this point, really starting to move farther and farther east, which is good news. Although, again, you see the lightning bolts really covering up the radar quite a bit there. So we'll take that off for a moment so you can see what we're looking at here. Again, as these storms roll off toward the east. And actually, the worst part is out of Cambridge right now. So if you're in the Cambridge area watching us here on the stream, worst of the storm is now past you. Coshocton also, the worst is well to your east at this point as well. So we're going to walk out these thunderstorms here pretty soon, thankfully. But we are really focused on these storms back off toward the west, as we do see plenty of lightning and wind with these too. So again, I do want to highlight as we talked about just a moment ago, here's the severe warned portion right here with this orange box. And then back off toward the west, this does not currently have a severe thunderstorm warning. However, there's going to be heavy rain and a whole bunch of lightning with that. Look at all those strikes there. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came into our system as well. So turning to be a fairly active morning here for us. And we'll see what this one covers here. This would include, okay, down in Morgan County. This actually, is this a new extension for this one? So yeah, still Morgan County, but we're watching southeast McConnellsville as this storm continues pressing off toward the east, and still looking at perhaps wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour as this comes on through. So this is really an extension of that original Perry County warning that included McConnellsville and Meggsville. This still includes you, but McConnellsville, you're kind of on the tail end of this storm, and it'll be moving past you very soon as this storm again continues to progress off toward the east in Morgan County. And it looks like the strongest part is going to be in the northern part of the county. So keep that in mind. If you're in McConnellsville, strongest is to your north and east. Otherwise, as we back off the view again, do want to talk about some of the other warnings that are in place. Let's see here. So the Guernsey, Harrison, Muskingum, Tuscarawas County, that warning officially goes until 11, so that's actually expiring right now, right on time. Then back off toward the west, we have this one that includes, again, far northeastern Franklin County, southeastern Delaware, and western Licking County. And we're seeing the strongest part now moving into northeastern Franklin and western Licking, where we see kind of those brighter colors showing up. Going to actually take a look at the velocity on this again, basically seeing what the winds are like inside the thunderstorm as it comes off toward the south and east. Let's see, do have a note here that was passed along in the Weather Service chat to the city of Kenton. Citywide power currently out, and there is some high water in parts of Kenton as well. Power poles down on East Columbus Street in Kenton from those storms that came through. So gives you a sense that there are some wind damage reports now coming through with some of this line of thunderstorms as it comes off toward the south and east. Again, even if you don't have 60-mile-an-hour winds, 40 or 50 is still enough to cause some issues as far as weaker limbs and such coming on down. All right, let's put a loop on this view once again over the past little while. All right, so we're getting closer to the radar site, probably just a couple hundred feet off the ground, if even, with this coming on through. And again, apologies, sometimes it takes a moment for the latest data to come through from the airport radar, but you do see this green diving off toward the south. We can kind of get a sense now. It's getting just about to Highway 62 now between New Albany and Johnstown. What I'll do is I'll pause this and give a good sense of what exactly we're looking at here. In fact, I'll come back just one tick here so we can see exactly where those strongest winds are located. And again, this is getting pretty close to the radar, so this can't be more than a couple hundred feet off the ground. And again, strongest winds are now just getting into that 62 corridor from New Albany up toward Johnstown. So if you're in these areas, be ready for some strong wind gusts to be moving into the area very soon if they haven't already, as again, these may be as high as 50 to 60 miles per hour. In fact, what I'll do is put the numbers on there here for you, just so we can see what radar is estimating. Again, this is just maybe a couple hundred feet off the ground. So it's estimating 40 to 45. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of 50s at some point. And again, this is just radar estimated. It's not set in stone or anything like that. It's sometimes you do get some variation in there. But again, that is rolling off toward the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. Going to be, again, in that 62 corridor between Johnstown and New Albany very soon. Let's see, we've got Central College Road here. Let's see, coming down toward really the 161 corridor is where this is going to be heading as well as we go throughout the next little while. Backing off the view a little bit, we are seeing some gusty winds back to the northwest too. However, that storm not currently severe warned, but it is something we'll keep an eye on at the very least for a bunch of lightning as well as those gusty winds. So again, we'll give you a little reset here to get a sense of what exactly is happening, as again we have had a lot of thunderstorm activity develop and move on from one place to another over the last little while. So let me back out the view. I'm just going to give you the wide perspective here. So we had one cluster of thunderstorms that developed near the Dublin area earlier on, and that's now pushing into eastern Ohio, far eastern Ohio, into western Pennsylvania. So we're going to say goodbye to this one here pretty soon. Back off toward the west, we are seeing some thunderstorms in the Columbus area, mainly north of town right now, pressing off toward the south and east. Northeastern Franklin County is still in that severe thunderstorm warning. Western Licking. Wouldn't be surprised if southeastern Delaware gets canceled here pretty soon, just because the strongest part is moving away. And then we have some currently non-severe thunderstorms from Bell Fountain back off toward the east, toward the Marysville area. And again, heavy rain is going to be the thing we're watching for with that, along with plenty of lightning and some gusty winds. All right, going to take a moment here to catch up to see if there's any new information from the Weather Service that I need to pass along. In fact, we are seeing some clusters of thunderstorms now even getting into the Columbus metro, the northern part of the metro at this point. Let's see. So I'm going to leave that for a loop for a moment, checking in on any new information from the Weather Service. Let's see. That's from up in Cleveland, of trees down earlier. All right, so nothing new in our area, which is certainly good news. However, again, these storms that are moving into the Columbus metro and really the I-70 corridor do have a history up in the Kenton area of producing some wind damage. A few power poles, some wires down in the Kenton area. Also did see again that there is some ponding of water on some of the streets up that direction as well. So this is something that we can kind of expect here in our area as these storms move through over the next little while. Again, looks like the strongest part of the storm right now, of this severe warning storm, would be located really from New Albany up to the north and east, right along that 62 corridor and probably just southeast of it now, approaching 161 at this point as you head out east toward Granville. So again, severe thunderstorm warning runs for a little while longer for this particular storm as it races off toward the south and east. Sunbury, Galena, the worst part is behind, or is past you now. It's over for the time being. You're still getting plenty of lightning, and there's still some additional thunderstorms to your north and west, but the worst has now crossed to your east. Again, this is affecting mainly the northeast Columbus metro. The city of Columbus, we have some general thunderstorm activity about to move on in. In fact, we'll do a loop on this over the past 30 minutes so you can see how things have been evolving. And again, this is general thunderstorm activity right now. However, we had some of that last night as well, but there was a ton of lightning, some locally heavy rain with that. So over the next little while, probably at least an hour or so, I would imagine the Columbus area is going to be dealing with some of these occasional downpours working through, some of that lightning coming on by as well. And that extends back off toward the north and west. See out toward Marysville, still some of these clusters of thunderstorms happening as we roll on through here. So again, that severe thunderstorm warning that does include far northeastern Franklin, western Licking, and technically still portions of southeastern Delaware counties. That does run just a little bit longer. Officially is set to expire at 11:15. Again, I would say southeastern Delaware County, you're in better shape than you were before, as that storm has largely, the worst part of the storm rather, has largely moved off to your south and east. But again, we are watching 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as the main severe weather threat from that. All right, let me clear this, and we're going to back off the view a little bit again, just to give you and myself a wider perspective here on what is going on. So again, we have this cluster of thunderstorms rolling off toward the south and east. This is moving at about 45 miles per hour, so it's a little less than highway speed. So it's not going to take very long to approach areas that it hasn't already gotten to. So the Buckeye Lake area, here in a little bit, you'll be starting to get those thunderstorms. This extends back off to the northwest toward Bell Fountain. So through the lunch hour, Columbus Metro is going to be pretty stormy, and that'll be the case pretty much along the I-70 corridor over the next couple of hours. And this is going to be our main event for the near term. Now, what happens later on today? That's going to be the big question, is how does this cluster of thunderstorms affect what goes on later on? It could push things a bit farther to the south and west, depending on how things go. So that'll be something that we watch for the rest of the day. But I would anticipate at least some additional thunderstorm development toward the evening hours and then into the overnight as well. What we'll do is put another storm track on this for you just to give you a new update. And we're going to do kind of the leading edge here. And this includes areas not in that severe thunderstorm warning as well. So that would put it in Gahanna here, actually just about now, that leading edge coming on through. In fact, you can see it right there. Pataskala, 11:14, and you're just on the leading edge of that right now as well. Reynoldsburg, 11:19, Newark at 11:24. around Pickerington at 11:30, Thornville 11:34, Baltimore at 11:38, Glenford at 10:40, Hopewell at 11:45, and Somerset at 11:48. Keep in mind these times may shift by a few minutes depending on how the leading edge kind of shifts a little bit, but generally speaking it should be within a couple of minutes of this is when the strongest part of the storm moves into the area. That said, there may be some gusty winds that move out ahead of the storm, but it hasn't shown signs of becoming dominated by strong winds well out ahead. It looks like those are still happening pretty close to where the core of the storm is located at this point. But again, this is moving to the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. And this severe thunderstorm warning outlined in orange officially runs for about 6 more minutes until 11:15. We'll back off the view here again, just so you can see what is happening across the area. And we'll show the lightning again, just because I do want to get the point across. These are pretty energetic thunderstorms around the area, not really messing around with that. And we saw that, of course, last night with a lot of that lightning going on. And we'll continue to see that with this particular cluster of storms as it moves across the area. So we'll do a loop again over the past 30 minutes. And you can see here, yeah, a lot of lightning with these. Strikes have been hovering pretty close to 800 to 900 over the past 30 minutes, sometimes dropping a little bit, but we're seeing many hundreds of strikes showing up here over the past little while. And you can see again, even in the area that doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning, there's a ton of lightning. So if you hear the thunder, see lightning, be in your safe spot, just because we don't want people outdoors doing things. Even if it's like, oh, it's not raining yet, or it's not a warning, you still need to be indoors in your safe spot. As I mentioned earlier, it's one of those situations where if you need to do stuff outdoors, you got to be patient. Even once you hear the last rumble of thunder, wait another 30 minutes after that before going back out to do your stuff, just because you can have lightning strike from quite a distance away. Good 15 miles is hardly unheard of, and so we want to give that storm enough time to have moved through your area before you head out and do stuff again. But again, a lot of lightning with these over the past little while, in addition to the potential for some gusty winds. Again, out toward the Johnstown area, seeing that line of thunderstorms, and it should be getting past 62 at this point as it continues pressing off toward the south and east. What I'll do here is check in with the Weather Service again to see if they have any updates as far as any storm reports go. Nothing showing up at this point. What I'm going to do is actually pull up another source just off screen, and while I do that, I'll swing it back to the regular radar view so you can see what exactly is going on. And again, we'll put a loop on this over the past, we'll do the past hour here. But I'm going to look off screen here and see if there's any wind reports that have come in that catch my eye at all. At least nothing severe has been reported at any of the normal airport locations or anything like that. But there could be a couple other things to look at here. Okay, so with that cluster of storms coming into the Columbus area from the northwest, around the Marysville area, not a warning with that, but the Weather Service is putting out a statement on that, basically saying that there are going to be some gusty winds, perhaps up to 40 miles per hour, perhaps pea-sized hail, also some pretty heavy rain as it comes through. And if we do have, let's say, 40-mile-an-hour winds and pea-sized hail, you'll certainly be noticing that in a big way. So do keep that in mind. All right, so my source for wind gusts isn't coming through, but I will say that this cluster of storms rather, northwest of Columbus is coming in at about 35 miles per hour or so. And if we did a storm track on the core of that, let's see here, that would put it in these areas at this time. Again, this is kind of the core of the thunderstorm, not when things develop, but when the strongest part, assuming this is what maintains itself. This is the timing that we're looking at here. So Plain City about 11:21, that would put us in less than 10 minutes. Hilliard 11:35, Alton at 11:42, Upper Arlington 11:45. Columbus proper, so we're talking like downtown Columbus, would be around 11:51. Gahanna and John Glenn International at 11:59, Obetz at 12:03, and Groveport at 12:08. Again, that's for this particular thunderstorm that does not have a warning on it. However, could produce wind gusts as high as 40 miles an hour, maybe pea-sized hail, plenty of lightning and some pretty heavy rain as it comes on through. Wouldn't be surprised if we had some ponding of water on some of the roads, especially as it comes into the Columbus metro, as it's kind of hard for all that concrete to absorb things and it takes some time for it to drain out. So do keep that in mind over the lunch hour. If you are going to be out driving, that you'll probably have some notable slowdowns coming up from that. All right. Oh, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look and see what that one is. That one appears to be, let's see, this is going to be for Fairfield and Licking County. Okay, so that's just a continuation of the one we had before. This is still for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and goes till 11:45. And let's see, so this one we've been moving southeast still at 45 miles per hour. So no change in the speed of that one. Again, this is for that line of thunderstorms we've been tracking through northeast of Columbus, now getting east of Columbus. You notice too, it's starting to bow out just a little bit. That's a sign that we are getting that to be a bit more of an organized thunderstorm. When it pushes outward, basically what's happening is you've got the winds coming and pushing the storm forward, and it's just about right on top of the radar site there that's at the airport. So that's kind of the sense that I'll take a look at that in just a moment to see if we're getting any good wind data out of that. But certainly, again, watching for that in that highlighted box here that includes Fairfield and Licking counties until 11:45. That severe thunderstorm warning is in place. It includes Pataskala, Newark, Buckeye Lake, down toward the Pleasantville area as well, as that storm moves southeast at about 45 miles per hour. So with that in mind, I will put a storm track on this one as well. What I'll do is clear this off so we can get a good view of what exactly is going on. And we'll put a storm track on there for those who are downstream of that just a little bit. Okay, so that we'll put it, and again, this is the leading edge of the storm, southeast at about 45 miles per hour. That puts it in the Etna right about now. Newark at 11:20. Buckeye Lake 11:25, Thornville 11:31, Glenford 11:36, Hopewell 11:39, and eventually getting into the Zanesville area here shortly before the noon hour. But again, we'll be focused on the short term as we see this is where that strongest part of this storm is located, from south of Utica, extending back toward just north of Etna, moving off toward the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. What I'll do is, again, now that we have this new warning figured out, I'm going to go ahead and do a storm track, or not a storm track rather, see what the winds are like with that from the airport radar. It may not have good data just because it's so close and it's not aligned in just the right way, but we'll give it a go just to see what happens. All right, so that is not coming in just yet. Yeah, that's the tricky thing, is when it's aligned with the radar, it's not always going to give us the best information just because it's kind of going along it. But we can see basically what's happening here is that, so we've talked about how green is toward and red is away. Well, what's happening here is that it's getting past where the radar site is located, so it may look a little confusing, but now we're seeing those strong wind gusts coming out the other side of the radar beam. So that's why we're seeing some of those reds now, is that it's moving away from the radar as it's moved past it, and we're certainly be seeing some strong wind gusts with that. But right now it does appear the strongest wind gusts are probably near the Granville area, up off to the north and east. In fact, I'll zoom in here to get a better sense of what this is probably looking like. So again, near the Granville area, let's see here, up a little bit, up 661, we've got Dry Creek Road, and this is again moving toward the south and east, toward the Newark area. This extends down 16 toward Pataskala. So really, I would say, yeah, from Granville up to the north to near St. Louisville, and then back to the southwest toward Pataskala is where the strongest winds are located right now. You saw we just got a new scan in there as the screen just updated. And again, some of these numbers are probably going to be a little lower than what I would say would be reality. But we are seeing some numbers, especially in the center and northern part of this, 45 to around 50 miles per hour. And again, this is a few hundred feet off the ground. Radar site is located right here northwest of Pataskala. So we're seeing this activity, again, moving away from the radar site, which is why we're seeing the reds now as it's moving away from there. Again, estimated winds, a couple hundred feet off the ground, are hanging out near 40 to 50 miles per hour, which is certainly enough to cause some minor tree limb damage as it comes off toward the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. All right, so that initial warning is set to expire. In fact, it looks like it expired just a few minutes ago. So let's reset our view here and give you a sense of what all is going on across the area. So we are going to back off the view some. And we have the one severe thunderstorm warning east of Columbus at this point. That said, as I've been talking about, that stuff northwest of Columbus that's coming into town, it's strong. It could produce wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles per hour and a ton of lightning as it rolls into the area. So again, we'll zoom in here. Plain City looks like you're kind of in the core of it right now from this, again, non-severe thunderstorm, but still packing a bit of a punch as it comes to the southeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. In the Columbus area, we're starting to get some rain to fall. You're going to be hearing some pretty heavy rain if you're indoors, and I certainly hope you are because there's a lot of lightning with this as it comes off toward the south and east. But again, Plain City, yeah, it looks like you are in the strongest part of it. We'll back up toward the Marysville area. Looks like you have another batch of heavy rain about to move in. So, as I've been saying, even if you're in an area that doesn't have a warning, you'll still want to take this one seriously just because there's some pretty heavy rain, plenty of lightning with it, and still some wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour as this rolls on through. Again, to give you a sense of where we are, here's Marysville right here. Plain City back off toward the south and east. It looks like this is where the strongest part of this storm is located. Marysville, you're probably going to have another round of some gusty winds come in here in the next, I would say 10 to 15 minutes at most. And then as we look farther to the south and east, here's Dublin right there. So again, we have these storms coming in from the northwest at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. All right, let's back off this view a little bit again here. And I'm also going to see again, if there's any new information coming into the Weather Service that they've passed along as far as any storm reports to share. At this point, nothing new, it appears, which is obviously good news. However, sometimes it takes a bit of time for information to trickle in as well. By the way, if you do have any severe weather to report, any photos, please share them safely with us. We always appreciate seeing that as well. In the meantime, I would say, yeah, this storm that's near the Newark area, it is definitely showing some signs of bowing outward a little bit, which is a telltale sign of strong wind gusts. So what I'm going to do here is kind of navigate here for you. So, okay, here's Newark, here's Buckeye Lake. You'll notice this kind of arcing shape going on. What's going on is you've got low-level winds essentially punching through and forward here, and where we see the biggest curvature basically, that's where we're likely to have some of the strongest winds. So that's where I'm going to highlight. I'm going to pause this for just a moment so we can really pinpoint exactly who is going to be dealing with the strongest winds as it comes on in, because I want to make sure that those folks are especially aware of what to expect. So goodness, in the Newark area, I would say that you're probably in that zone, extending to the south of Heath. Let's see here. This is going to be let's see, difficult to see that road name. Let me turn the camera a little bit here so we can get a better view of what we're seeing here. So, oh, Linville Road. Okay, so Dorsey Mill Road. We've got Linville Road. This is out toward the Newark area. You're going to be seeing, if you haven't already, you're going to be seeing some pretty strong winds here coming up very soon as this presses off toward the south and east. But yeah, plenty of wind with this, as of course we've been talking about plenty of lightning as well. But again, this extends back off toward the south and west. But our main focus is, of course, going to be on the severe warned storm as it pushes off toward the south and east at about 40 miles per hour. I'm going to rock this back and forth a little bit just to get a better sense for my own analysis here to see what exactly we have happening. So, yeah, I would definitely say some pretty strong winds are pretty likely with this as it comes off toward the south and east. What I'll do here again is put on the velocity once again out of the Columbus Tower. Let's see here, just so we can see what we have as far as those winds. Let's switch back over to velocity. So this is kind of the radar view from the airport radar. Not exactly the clearest compared to what we typically see, but it's really, really helpful when we use it with the wind product just to be able to see what is going on with that. So let's see here. Yeah, it's not loading for me right now. As I mentioned earlier, sometimes it can be a little finicky to get that, that airport wind data to come in. But certainly is helpful for us, as we saw earlier when it was producing some, or rather showing winds perhaps as high as 50 miles an hour just a couple hundred feet off the ground. And that is certainly enough to tell us, okay, it is a situation that we want to take seriously. All right, there we go. So this is the current velocity here. And again, this is not the normal view you're used to seeing. So this is basically showing how winds are moving toward or away from the radar. And sometimes we'll show this when we're talking about tornado potential. That's not a thing we're looking at the moment. However, we can also use it just to see how the winds are generally moving. And they're moving quickly away from the radar, which is located right there, northwest of Pataskala. And those storms, again, moving southeast, so you see the reds moving away. And anytime I see some of those brighter colors, that tells me, all right, we got some pretty significant wind coming through the area. We'll see if we can get that to pop back up here. I'm going to rock it back one frame. The nice thing, too, is the airport radar data comes in about every minute, which is phenomenal. And it gives us a good sense of what's happening in real time in areas that are nearby. Okay, so we're getting estimated winds in some spots that are pushing. Oh, let's see. Of course, it updated shortly after I put it on there, but I did see one that was pushing close to 60 miles an hour at first before the new data came in. So it also gives you a sense that the strong wind gusts aren't going to last very long. We're talking maybe a couple of minutes tops before it comes through, rather clears the area, and you have general thunderstorm activity behind it. But again, I want to pick out some of these spots around the Newark area. 54 miles per hour, 51 miles per hour. Got one near Hebron that's sticking out at me. Yeah, we're seeing some of these numbers that are in that 45 to 55 mile per hour range in a lot of places. So certainly there is evidence that we could be seeing wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, especially where we have these brighter reds showing up. So what I'll do here is come in a little bit tighter. Let's see, so that's Highway 13. So right along Highway 13 in the Newark area, and actually now just pressing past. So east of Newark along 16, we're seeing the northern edge of the strongest winds. It extends back off toward the east. So let me give you, again, another perspective here. Here's Highway 13, State Highway 13, south of Newark. Strongest winds are near and just east of that at this point. Could be as high as 60 miles per hour there as this rushes off toward the east. And not a lot of towns in the immediate vicinity of that. But there you see Rockhaven Park, eventually toward Cottage Hill. Atherton, we're seeing kind of in between some of the strongest winds, but you may actually start to see that come in here before too long as well. We'll do this over the past 30 minutes here. Yeah, Harbor Hills may actually see some strong winds coming in here very soon as well. Let's see here. What are the winds like as that comes on in? Okay, 54 miles per hour. Again, this is an estimation. This is not what's happening necessarily right at the ground, but it gives you a good sense of what could be happening as these storms come on through. And this is just east of Buckeye Lake. Also seeing near the Millersport area, seeing some strong wind gusts as that part of the line comes on through. We'll rock this back a little bit. Yeah, you can see that's certainly coming through. And the other thing is, as it gets farther from the radar site, it is getting higher up in the air, which is where the wind tends to be stronger. So you have to kind of factor that in as well. But even so, we're still talking winds probably a few hundred feet off the ground that are still 40 to 50 miles per hour, which is still pretty respectable, especially when you consider that some of that is going to be reaching the ground. All right, so let's come back to our regular radar view here and see how things are looking. Okay, we have a new something from the Weather Service here. Okay, so continuation of that severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Fairfield and southeastern Licking counties. I'm assuming that's what's coming off our... Oh, no, we do actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's check and see what this one is. Okay, so again, extension of that warning farther south and east. That includes Morgan and Perry counties, and we're still talking perhaps winds of 60 miles per hour. Thankfully, hail continues to not be a significant concern for us. Still under 3/4 of an inch, which would be less than penny-sized. It looks like, honestly, if we get pea-sized, that would be probably about as big as we'd be getting from anything at this point. Let's see here. Looking to see if there's any other information from the Weather Service here. Okay, so Morgan and Perry counties also going to be, again, having that new warning there. Again, that goes until 12 noon, as this storm is moving southeast at about 50 miles per hour, which isn't surprising. That's a little bit faster than what we've been seeing before. But when these storms start to bow outwards a little bit, they can kind of accelerate a bit as the wind becomes a bit more dominant as they come on through. So we'll put a storm track on that as well. And again, what did I say, 50 miles per hour? So, oh, and then there's a new warning for Muskingum County. Just saw that pop up, hasn't even come up into the screen there, but that'll be a new one for us. So let's see the leading edge of this, and again, this is just for that cluster of storms coming on through. Thornville, 11:30, so here in the next couple of minutes. Glenford, 11:34. Hopewell, 11:37. Somerset, 11:42. About 11:50 in the Roseville and Crooksville area. Bearfield, 11:59, and then right around noon at Blue Rock. Again, as the storm moves to the south and east, we're talking around 50 miles an hour with this now. Again, sometimes when we see these storms bow outward, the wind starts to accelerate the storm itself. And that'll be a factor for us, because when you're talking about a wind, or a storm rather, that has a forward motion that's nearly severe levels, it doesn't take much to actually push the winds over the edge into that severe territory. So that's why that severe thunderstorm warning does continue to the south and east, well ahead of that particular line of storms. All right, let's back things out a little bit here, because I do know that, again, the Columbus area is having some storminess move on through, but thankfully Columbus proper not currently in any severe thunderstorm warning, but we certainly have some active storminess coming through. Let's put a loop on this over the past 30 minutes here. All right, so you can see here really pretty clearly what the situation is here as far as where the highlight has been as far as a strong thunderstorm. There we see those orange boxes. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Worst is now past the Newark area for the time being, and it looks like back to your north and west, this cluster of thunderstorms is probably going to be staying mostly to your west as it appears right now. But this is the line of thunderstorms. This little one right here that's diving southeast, that's the one that has all the severe thunderstorm warnings as it's pushing off toward the south and east. Meanwhile, back off to the north and west, Columbus Metro. Actually, I can hear the rain falling on the roof right now. I was kind of wondering how come I wasn't hearing much. Well, there it is here at the 10 TV studios as we see this downpour now moving into the Columbus area. And this continues back off to the north and west. And with this being kind of a steady line of orange and red, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some minor nuisance flooding in the Columbus Metro here as we go into the noon hour. Probably those areas that typically have it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have some pretty decent downpours out of this, since it is, again, kind of lining up over the same areas repeatedly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at another source here to see if I can see any rainfall amounts at this point, just because I am real curious to see what may have fallen at this point. So we're going to look at precipitation. Let's see here. Let's see, some spots have picked up, okay, few spots over a ½ inch of rain in a fairly short amount of time. Let's see, up in northern Union County near Witchwood, we had nearly 1 inch of rain according to one gauge. Saddle River near Prospect in northwestern Delaware County had a ½ inch of rain. Near Delaware, a ½ inch of rain. So not as much as I was expecting, although I do see up and around the Kenton area earlier on, they had some of those storms move through, and they had over 1 inch of rain in Kenton and did report some water covering some of the streets there. So again, in those areas in the Columbus Metro that typically have some water issues when you have a good hour of pretty steady heavy rain, do be mindful that may be a thing that we have to think about over the lunch hour into the early afternoon. Again, though, these are not producing at this point strong wind gusts, perhaps 30, maybe as high as 40 miles an hour, but not anything quite like what we have with this thunderstorm that's now past the Newark area and heading off toward the south and east at about now 50 miles per hour. It has sped up some as it's moved off toward the south and east. I do see that some parts of the Columbus Metro over the past few hours have had as much as 1/10 or 1/4 inch, so we're already off to a little bit of a head start here on that. All right, I'm going to check in with the Weather Service again here just to see if they have any new information to share. Yep, just confirming what we were talking about earlier, that Licking County storm producing some strong winds as we saw from the airport radar east of Columbus. So that corroborates that. I'm going to see if there's anything new here as well. Let's see. Harrison and Jefferson County in eastern Ohio. Let's see. That would be just east of our area. They actually have some flash flood warnings out that direction. So again, a sign that these are moisture-laden storms. Thankfully, that flash flood warning not in our area, but it is something that we're going to be watching for as we go throughout the next little bit. And actually, I can hear the rain coming down here pretty good on the roof here of the 10 TV studios just west of downtown Columbus. In fact, if you're watching in the Columbus Metro, here's the latest view of radar. And again, help you see where things are. Here's downtown Columbus right here. Here's the northern outer belt. Here's the southern outer belt. Airport's just about right here. So you see back toward the Hilliard area, pretty good downpour coming on by right now. And in a moment, I'll throw on some lightning so you can get a sense of what that looks like as well. I'm honestly surprised I haven't heard any thunder in the studio at this point, just because I know these have been very electric storms that have been moving through so far this morning. But again, Columbus proper, there you see that downpour coming through, but the heaviest now extends from Dublin down toward Hilliard, crossing the western outer belt at this point, and that'll be coming through, especially near and north of I-70 here before too long as this rolls on through. I'm going to slide northwest a little bit here so you can get a sense of how far northwest this goes. All the way back up 33 toward Marysville is where this thunderstorm extends. So you're going to have some periods of heavy rain for the next little while as this comes on through. Marysville, you're in the thick of that band right now. This extends back toward North Lewisburg, some of that heavy rain. But once this is through, there's not really anything else behind it for the time being. So some good news there is you'll at least have a chance to dry out after this band of heavy rain is through the area. Let's back out that view a little bit so you can see again, farther north and west, things have improved some, as we still see maybe a couple of little clusters of storms on the north side, but those are actually happening in areas that haven't had much recently. All right, let's come back to that severe thunderstorm warned area. And it does appear, okay, there was some thunder here now. Leading edge of the strongest part is approaching the Hopewell area, heading into Muskingum County. Here's Zanesville right here. So this is heading again to the southeast at about 50 miles per hour. Strongest part extends basically from Glenford up toward Hopewell and to the north, and this is going to be racing through as well. Up toward Newark and Heath, you're still technically in that severe thunderstorm warning, but the strongest part of the storm has now pushed off to your east. That said, we still have plenty of lightning, so that's still a risk for you if you're in that area. All right, let's back out this view a little bit and extend, let's see, out toward the Baltimore area. That part has now moved off to your east as well. It looks like a new kind of chunk of this cluster is developing near the Rushville area. This is a loop over the past 30 minutes. As you do see, here's that main line that was arcing outward. Now we see some new thunderstorms developing on the south side of that, moving off toward the south and east. And I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of just congeals into a big blob here in the next little while. That's honestly been kind of the theme this morning. That line of thunderstorms that raced across our eastern towns a little while ago, that started off as one small storm basically over Dublin and then just kind of collected itself and spread eastward and merged with some of the activity that was up around the Cleveland area early this morning and formed into a big line as it moved off toward the south and east. Now again, this activity extends back toward the north and west. Columbus proper, I know we have a bunch of heavy rain, we have plenty of lightning, maybe some gusty winds, but we're not under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. That said, you still need to be inside because when you have this much lightning, it's just not safe to be outdoors. And of course, you don't want to be out right now anyway because of that heavy rain coming on by as well. Again, those severe thunderstorm warnings are for the potential for wind gusts perhaps as high as 60 miles per hour. We have seen at least radar indications that it could be as high as that. Haven't seen any ground reports of that just yet. However, it is something that sometimes it takes a while for that kind of information to come in. So if you do happen to have any photos you'd like to share or anything like that, if you can do so safely, send them our way to the 10 TV social media pages, and we certainly appreciate that information. Let me check to see, again, off air here, if I can see any significant wind gusts here. Okay, so it looks like we had at the Newark airport a 46 mile per hour gust earlier on. So Buckeye Lake State Park, there's I believe it might be a DOT, Department of Transportation sensor out there that had a 41 mile per hour gust. And the thing with these is, you know, you have these big boxes for these severe thunderstorm warnings. And typically what's going to happen is not everybody in that warning box is going to get severe level winds. It's going to be kind of pockets of it, but there needs to be some buffer in there. That's why these boxes are as large as they are, because at any particular place on this line, you could have a 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That said, it does appear the most likely area for that is this section that's moving into western Muskingum County right now, kind of the western fringe there, west of Zanesville, heading off toward the south and east. We're also seeing again this southern part of this storm cluster south of Pleasantville kind of gathering a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised if that one actually produces some gusty winds and perhaps small hail as it pushes off toward the south and east as well. Sounds like it's coming down pretty good here in the Columbus area right now, so I can hear it really beating the roof at this point. As I talked about before too, this is one of those situations where I would not be at all shocked if we had some minor nuisance flooding in some of those typical trouble spots that often have it. In fact, let me see if I can get a decent view of any estimated rainfall. Sometimes it lags behind a little bit, but this should at least give us some sense of some of the swaths of where some of that heaviest rain may end up being. So let's see here. Okay, so this is loading right now, but certainly we're seeing some spots where there may have been at least a ½ inch of rain so far from earlier activity. You can see some of the blues here. That's a ½ inch to an inch of rain, generally speaking. So you see it over the past 3 hours kind of cut across portions of Union County back toward Delaware County, then back off toward the south and east. We're also seeing a little bit of that blue showing up in northern Franklin County. And again, this is what we're going to be watching over the next couple of days, honestly, is situations like this where we have these occasional rounds of rain and thunderstorms, any of which could produce gusty winds and some locally heavy rain. If you get repeated rounds of rain over the next couple of days, you could end up with a few inches in total, and that would lead to some potential flash flooding concerns, as well as eventually perhaps some river flooding and rises on the creeks and streams if everything comes together just right. Right now, of course, it's one of those situations that we kind of have to play each round of storms as it comes, because every single round is going to affect what the next one does, making it kind of tricky to get some of the fine details under control. So what I expect for the rest of the day, once this batch moves through, things will be quieter because we'll have used up a bunch of the energy in the atmosphere. That said, storms could develop off to our west as we head toward evening, where the atmosphere isn't worked over by this activity, and then it comes our way perhaps later this evening overnight. So that's kind of what our game plan is, to kind of take, again, each one as it comes and let you know as things go what we know. That's one of the tricky things with this is, unfortunately, when it's multiple rounds of storms, it can be very challenging to get a sense of what the details are. When it's one line of storms, it's very obvious, oh, it's on a cold front or something like that. It makes it considerably easier to give you a good sense of timing. But unfortunately, this is not one of those cases that we can say with a high degree of confidence when things are going to be moving through any particular area. All right, got an update from the Weather Service here for this storm that's moving through parts of Franklin, Fairfield, Pickaway, and Madison counties. So that's this cluster that's honestly moving through the Columbus metro at this point. Let's see, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. A lot of lightning and very heavy rain happening with that. All things that, of course, should not come as a surprise. Also going to be looking at, again, some of that potential for some pretty decent rainfall amounts from some of this. I would not be at all surprised if we had some minor nuisance flooding in those typical spots that have it. Not necessarily flash flooding, I would say, but at the very least, the ponding of water on some of the streets and the roads that when you get heavy rain, it's a thing that typically happens. And there's plenty of rain with this. There you see again this loop over the past 30 minutes. It's pretty much lining up to be moving right over the Columbus metro repeatedly with this fairly heavy rain. Where we see these oranges and reds, it's coming down pretty heavily. There'll be a little bit of a lull. We see that around the Dublin area right now before this other batch up south of Marysville slides off toward the south and east. Again, this is not currently warned with a severe thunderstorm warning. The expected wind speeds are less than what that level would be. We're talking perhaps up to 40 miles per hour, enough that it could cause some weak tree limbs to snap or things like that. And of course, trash bins get knocked over with that as well. But as far as the higher damage thresholds, not enough to do that at this point, but certainly want to keep an eye on any of that heavy rain, as well as, of course, tons of lightning. As the storm activity off to the south and east, approaching the Zanesville area that is most likely to produce the potential for some gusty winds as it comes on through. So we will move this off toward the south and east and put another storm track on this batch of thunderstorms. Let's see here. And again, this is moving at about 50 miles per hour as it rolls southeast toward the Zanesville area. And I'm actually going to put a track on the whole line. And there's a small section of it that's a little bit weaker. There you see some of those lighter colors in between around the Somerset area. But just for the sake of simplicity, what we'll do is put a storm track on the whole leading edge here, just to make it easy. And again, moving, actually, you know what I'm going to have to do? I'll have to clear that because I need to move out my view a little bit, just because it is moving at a pretty decent pace. That should give us enough room to run here. All right, so southeast at about 50 miles per hour or so. That'll put it, let's see, right now about Somerset. Junction City here in the next, let's see, 5 minutes or so. Zanesville, 11:52. Brush Creek at 11:56. Bearfield coming up at 12:01. Blue Rock at 12:05. And out toward McConnellsville as we head toward 12:16. So this is, again, moving southeast at about 50 miles per hour. This is past the Columbus area. This is not the storm that's affecting us right now. This is east of the Columbus Metro. This is what came through Newark and Buckeye Lake a little bit earlier on and is now moving through some areas that actually had a line of storms just earlier this morning, as a matter of fact. So the second round of storms for some across portions of central Ohio. Again, the storms back off to the north and west do not currently have a severe thunderstorm warning, but they are producing plenty of heavy rain and some wind gusts perhaps as high as about 30 miles per hour. All right, let's put the lightning back on here, and we'll do a loop of this over the past 30 minutes so you can again see just how much of this there is. It's taking a moment to populate. All right, so we do have, let's see, this is southern Ohio also looking at some of those strong thunderstorms. Oh my goodness, those are giant lightning strikes to give you a sense of just how much is going on here. Let's shrink those down a little bit. But yeah, pretty dense when it comes to the lightning here, as we do see some of these corridors of plenty of lightning. So what we'll do here is kind of highlight a few of those. First of all, there's that main area with the strongest winds, also producing a lot of lightning west of the Zanesville area. Another cluster of a lot of lightning east of Lancaster. And then back off toward the west, the stretch of thunderstorms going from the Columbus Metro back toward Marysville. A lot of lightning with that as well. And now we're back over 1,000 on the lightning counter. So these are pretty electrical storms coming on through. So really, again, if you're thinking, oh, I can run a quick errand or something like that, just give it a little while. These storms are going to be passing. We'll be able to take care of all that stuff later on into the afternoon. So right now, just not a great time to be out. Even if it's not super strong winds, the fact that we have the big downpours coming on by and the lightning is enough to, I would suggest staying in for a little while. Again, I would not be shocked at all if we had some minor nuisance flooding, water issues in those spots that typically get it in the Columbus Metro. Nothing out of the ordinary, but certainly something to keep in mind here over the next, I would say hour or so, maybe even next 2 hours, just to be safe in the Columbus Metro as far as that goes. Just because even after the rain tapers off, even stops, you can take some time for that water to come back down. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the regular radar view here, and we can see what things are looking like as far as, there we go, get rid of the lightning on there. So yeah, Columbus, it's interesting here to see Columbus pretty much in the thick of a lot of rain. Much of Franklin County is dealing with moderate to heavy rain at this time. I'm actually going to go ahead and look and see what my weather station is showing as far as rainfall so far today, just because I'm curious, as I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty decent amount so far. Okay, so far, okay, it's only showing up 200. So not as much as I was thinking, but sometimes it takes a little bit of time. And the other situation is some of this can be pretty localized in nature, so that'll be another thing we watch out for. That's probably lagging behind a little bit because I am certain I've had more than a couple hundredths of an inch out of this. Certainly across most of the Columbus area, some very heavy rain, and that extends up 33 back toward the Marysville area. Good news is, if you're up toward Marysville and in Delaware for that matter, things are going to be calming down here pretty soon for you. have another little cell up toward north of Radnor, but that's not a big deal. The heaviest stuff is pressing off toward the south. Let's see here. We'll put a stop on this here. So Plain City, you're getting some of the heaviest rain to come back in. Upper Arlington, some heavy rain extending back again through downtown Columbus, and then now into the southern outer belt, and then back toward Harrisburg, we're seeing some of this heavy rain where we have those darker reds. There you see right along here. Wouldn't be surprised if this is maybe where we have some of those gustier winds as well, but certainly going to be a thing we have to watch out for. By the way, at 11:50, I'll be leaving you as we have to get ready for our noon newscast. But of course, we will have the latest information available for you during that time frame as well as the latest news of the day. But I do want to just give you a heads up that in about a minute's time, we're going to be walking away so we can get ready for our noon show here. Again, we'll have the latest information coming up at that point. Otherwise, I do want to highlight that, again, we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place in our southeastern towns. These are for perhaps wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour as these storms roll off to the southeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. This does include Muskingum County, which officially runs until 12:30, and then this other warning that runs until 12. That includes Morgan and Perry County. So we'll back these out of the way so you can see exactly what we're looking at here. Looks like that Morgan and Perry one will almost certainly be let go by with that noon time frame. But this Muskingum one, again, goes until 12:30, certainly on track to continue across the southern part of the county, south of 70 with those wind gusts, perhaps as high as 60 miles per hour. Thankfully, hail not a concern at this point with that particular storm. Again, watching for those areas of heavy rain to continue for the next little while in the Columbus area as these storms roll off toward the south and east. And we will have another weather update for you coming up here at the top of our noon newscast here in just about 10 minutes time. In the meantime, thank you for joining us here on the 10 TV live stream.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on 10 TV streaming. And if you're watching us on Facebook Live and also on YouTube, we are tracking some severe weather that continues to roll through parts of central and southern Ohio here this afternoon. We are watching that storm moving through parts of Hocking County, Pike County, and that's going to be continuing here for about the next 30 minutes or so with that severe thunderstorm warning. And what's been concerning about it is the fact that we are watching this storm producing some stronger wind gusts, likely over 60 miles per hour, and it is being warned for the potential of up to 70-mile-per-hour winds tracking off towards the south and east. So again, we're watching that very closely here for the next 30 minutes with that severe thunderstorm warning. Also tracking another section of that complex of storms. This one is a severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15. This is for parts of Athens County, and this is going to be moving out of Athens County and really already on the far eastern part, heading towards the Parkersburg, West Virginia area. So this is moving away from us. Really, all the storms are moving away from the area. But we still have this complex that's moving through south of Logan, heading towards MacArthur. It is going to be very close to Jackson. I think it's going to be just off to your east. But we are still watching a few more developing showers to the west that also could have the potential of getting a little bit stronger. But right now, the main severe weather is east of Chillicothe, but it is impacting areas south of Logan. Still some very heavy rainfall in Logan, Nelsonville, and they are just north of MacArthur. And it does look like this storm is going to be rolling in to the south and east, and actually will be impacting areas around Athens and MacArthur here in about the next, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes or so. So really keeping a very close eye on this complex of storms again, as it has rolled through really much of central Ohio, producing some severe weather here over the last couple of hours. Torrential rainfall, that's also been a big story here this afternoon through the morning as we've been watching this whole complex rolling across the area. And there's also just a lot of lightning with these thunderstorms as well. There's so much humidity in the atmosphere, all the warm weather, the humid conditions, just a lot of static, a lot of energy that's been able to be produced. And we're seeing the results of that now. All this lightning just in this image right here. We've had over 700 lightning strikes just within the last 30 minutes. And at one point, that number was up closer to 1,000. So there's a lot of energy that is still here in the atmosphere. And the storms are tapping into that as they're rolling off towards the south and east. Again, getting closer to MacArthur, Athens right now, near and north of Jackson, and then those are going to continue to roll off to the south and east and move into parts of West Virginia for the remainder of this afternoon. So what's next? Well, we're talking about some clearing out towards the west, getting a little bit of sunshine. It is likely we'll see some sun. Our temperatures will start to recover, likely getting back up into the upper 70s, lower 80s out there. And then the question is, how do the storms develop later on today? Well, these storms are going to have an impact on that. These storms are creating a boundary across the area, and that could be the focus for some showers and storms to develop as we get later on into this evening. And there's still enough energy the storms can tap into that they could become strong to severe later on this evening and as we go through tonight. We do still have a level 2 risk of severe weather across the area. And it's not even just later today and tonight, it's also tomorrow. There's a level 2 risk of severe weather across pretty much all of central and southern Ohio, as we likely will see a couple more rounds of thunderstorms coming in. One in the morning, and there could be a stronger one as we head into the afternoon. But the thing to keep in mind with all of this, there's a lot of variables, there's a lot of factors that are going to play into all of what's happening, is the storms right now will influence the storms later on today. Storms later on today will influence the storms that happen tomorrow morning, so on and so forth. So because there's so many factors that go into this, there is still some uncertainty in how the storms will develop and evolve as we go through tonight into the day on Tuesday. But just be aware, there is a potential that there could be some severe weather. Damaging wind gusts like we saw today would be the main concern, in addition to torrential rainfall. I mean, that rain was coming down in buckets during the noon hour around the Columbus metro and points off to the south and east because, again, there's just so much humidity. There's a lot of moisture in the air that doesn't take much to just produce all that rainfall. And of course, even some severe weather. This is a look at one of the larger trees that was knocked down in the Newark area just before noon as we were tracking some strong winds, likely over 60 miles per hour with some of these thunderstorms as they move through the area. As we go later into today and tonight, likely going to see some more showers and storms developing. I will say heavy rainfall, flash flooding, that's probably going to be the greatest concern, but a few of the storms, if they can get strong enough, could produce some damaging wind gusts up to around or over 60 miles per hour as we head through this evening into tonight. That all clears out, then we have to watch for tomorrow. And tomorrow morning, there could be some more storms that develop along those boundaries out towards the west, moving into Ohio here as we go through the morning hours on your Tuesday. Very similar to what we had this morning. That clears out, and then we could get a break. And depending on how things develop with that, some indications are showing a stronger complex of thunderstorms rolling in from the west, and that would move into Ohio here as we head into our evening on Tuesday. This, again, just keep this in mind. This is a computer projection, so it's not always going to be exact. There's so many factors that play into it. The stuff happening now, the storms later on tonight, that's all going to influence this and how that develops. So the computer projections are putting it all together and trying to paint a picture of how things will play out. So later on tomorrow evening, could see that complex rolling through, but the thing to keep in mind is if the storms stick around a little bit longer, if there's not as much energy, not as much instability, this might not happen at all. So it is something we're going to be keeping a close eye on because right now the projections are showing rather intense squall of storms coming in that could bring some damaging wind gusts and, of course, some very heavy rainfall as we go through tomorrow evening. This is around 7 p.m. You can see that moving through central Ohio. That clears out, and there are still some more showers and storms in the forecast looking ahead to our Wednesday. Maybe a few stronger storms, but more than likely heavy rainfall is going to be the primary concern, and it is the concern. We've already seen it here today. We've already had rainfall amounts over 1 inch, over 1.5 inches in Newark so far today. And this is a look at the excessive rainfall outlook, so it's at least in the slight category, so 2 out of 4. But as we look ahead to tomorrow, southeastern Ohio, a little bit higher threat for torrential rainfall that could lead to some flash flooding, some flooding concerns through the next few days. So as we talk about the overall rainfall outlook through the extended forecast, and we'll have to give this a moment to load, we're going to see a lot of red, a lot of purple on the map. That just indicates that we're likely going to see rainfall amounts 1 to upwards of 3 inches. Where you see this orange showing up there, we could be talking about rainfall amounts closer to 3-4 inches here in the next 7 days. And that doesn't necessarily include what's already fallen. So heavy rainfall, localized flash flooding, that's the greatest concern here for the next 3 days. But in addition to that, some of the storms could become severe with damaging wind gusts up and over 60 miles per hour. And there's still a lower threat for an isolated tornado and some large hail. We'll be watching that, but I think the greatest concern again is going to be just all this rain that we have through the extended forecast. So here's a look at the next 7 days. 10 weather impact alert here today and tomorrow, as we are tracking the showers and storms making their way through. Still some more storms in the forecast here for Wednesday. Maybe a few more showers lingering into early on Thursday. But once we get past Thursday morning, really actually once we get past Wednesday, our forecast is looking much quieter. We'll see temperatures getting back down to the lower 80s here Friday into the weekend. And right now the weekend is shaping up to be fairly dry here all across the area, which is definitely some good news after just so much rain that we are tracking here as we continue on through the extended forecast. And we are also seeing some impacts on some travel conditions across the area, at least seeing some spots on the south side of Columbus where we've had some of that heavy rainfall, at least seeing a few slowdowns here this afternoon. But I want to bring this back to looking at the radar picture here as we are still tracking those stronger thunderstorms. Again, still some severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. And we have a newer warning that was just issued here a few moments ago. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of Vinton County and Athens County. This includes the city of MacArthur. This is just southwest of Athens towards the Alexander area. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:45 this afternoon. It does appear like the storm may be weakening just a little bit. At one point, there was concerns for winds up to 70 miles per hour, and now we're seeing the storm being warned for winds up to 60 miles per hour, in addition to a threat for up to quarter-size hail. Hail probably not going to be the greatest concern. I think if anything, we would see some hail probably about the size of dimes or pennies, so a little bit smaller hail, but definitely some gusty winds and really heavy rainfall, of course, has always just been the concern with all of these thunderstorms rolling through. And as we look at the live radar and putting the lightning on this as well, just a little bit ago, again, number of strikes were over 700. Now they're down to 640. So that's also a sign that the storms could be weakening a little bit. I did mention that at one point we saw this counter up to about 1,000 earlier. So there's not as much lightning. There's not as much wind, so the storms are starting to trend down just a little bit more. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to still get some strong gusty winds in some of these areas. That is still, of course, a concern and why we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for areas around MacArthur and just southwest of Athens. So as we look at the velocity picture here, just to see where some of those stronger winds are, and really they are just to the north and east of the MacArthur area. Still likely some gusts 40 to up to near 60 miles per hour, but not really seeing that strong indication that we're getting those really strong winds that we had just in the last couple of hours here as we were tracking those storms rolling through near and south of Columbus and getting closer to Circleville and Lancaster with a lot of that activity. So those storms, again, are pushing off towards the south and east. One thing I do want to look at is this is a look at the wind reports over the last several hours, and you'll see that there's these red icons showing up around Newark and Circleville. And this is a look at some of the storm reports, the likely areas where we've had at least some reports of some trees down and potential other storm damage. So we're going to take a look at a few of these here this afternoon. This one, again, Circleville. Report around 12:14 of a power pole down, starting a small fire there on the northeast side of Circleville there in Pickaway County. Another one with a tree down on a home causing enough damage that rain was coming into that home. This is around 12:13, again with some of that thunderstorm wind damage that we were watching as those storms rolling through. Again, that's in the Circleville area. We also had reports of some storm damage in Newark. Likely at least a few trees that were knocked down. A large hardwood tree was down on power lines on the corner of Orchard Street and Franklin Avenue. The tree was reported to have been blocking that intersection. That was around 11:22 this morning, and other trees that were knocked down in that area as well. So definitely some strong storms that have been rolling through. The reason why we've had this severe weather this morning and this afternoon now, which is why we've had all these warnings that have been issued across the area. So it has been fairly active. But now we are starting to see all this clearing out of the Columbus metro. Storms are out of Newark. Storms are away from Lancaster. Not going to want to see anything for at least the next few hours. But we are at least still tracking the storms again, moving off towards the south and east. So once these roll out of here, we will likely take a break here on 10 TV streaming. We do have our 10 Weather Impact show coming up at 2 p.m. We, of course, will be having the latest on the forecast there at 2, and also some other weather stories that are going around the country with a lot of active weather, not just here in Ohio, but of course all across the United States. But for the time being, the main concern is, of course, going to be this severe thunderstorm warning that is still in effect until 1:45. That includes the city of MacArthur. This also includes southwestern Athens County, likely staying a little bit outside of the city of Athens itself. Still getting some very heavy rainfall and some gusty winds. The primary area for any potential severe weather is likely near and just north of MacArthur, and then moving off towards the south and east. Again, potential for up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and even some hail that could be up to the size of, I would say, probably pennies, maybe nickel-sized hail. I think quarter size may be just a little bit too large, but it is a possibility as we are tracking these storms rolling off towards the south and east. So that's what we have going on right now. Here's a loop at the storms back over the last couple of hours as they move through the Columbus metro, producing torrential rainfall. We do still have a flash flood warning in effect for the Columbus metro until 2:30 this afternoon, as again we had all that heavy rainfall move through. So here's a look at those flash flood warnings. Also some flash flooding going on the east side of the state. So flash flood warning again for Franklin County for the Columbus metro until 2:30 this afternoon. But thankfully, because the storms have already really cleared out, we're likely going to see conditions improving here pretty quickly as we go through the rest of this afternoon. But as we talk about later on today, the severe weather outlook, we are still watching for some more storms to develop later on this afternoon and more so through this evening into tonight. Level 2 risk area, meaning that we will likely see some more thunderstorms. A few of them could be strong to severe with damaging wind gusts. Not everyone is going to see severe weather. Just like we have had already this afternoon and through this morning, a lot of us dealt with some strong thunderstorms, but not everyone dealt with those severe thunderstorms. So again, that's going to be the same thing. We're not all going to see severe weather, but some of us will have to deal with it as we go through this evening into tonight. Heavy rainfall, also a concern through tonight into tomorrow. Outlook for tomorrow, still a level 2 risk area for some more strong to severe thunderstorms. So we're going to take a short break here on 10 TV streaming. We'll have more updates on the storms. If we have any more warnings that are issued across the area, we will be back on here with the latest update on any severe weather that is happening. But of course, we'll be back on here at 2 p.m. for our 10 Weather Impact show. So until then, have a good afternoon, and we'll be tracking the storms for you here on 10 TV.